Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Okay, so today is FOMC day. Today is the Super Bowl of stock trading. All right, though, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. In order to the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbytrading.com. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got today. Now look, FOMC day, rules go out the window. So things we could expect: some choppy volatility until 2:30 when he starts to talk, and then there's going to be a pop. We really just need to call a recess until 2:30, but we're here. We're going to do it. Discord, if you're taking the risk on the 5-minute chart, just trade light. Trade light today. 2:30 is going to come, and then that's probably when we'll make our money. Let's see what we do on 5011. Let's check higher time frame. Waterline, waterline, at the waterline. Everything says sideways right now. All right, we're touching the bottom of this, the lick box, which is also lining up with this magenta here. So trade light. The more time goes on, the more data we get. So if you want to be patient, maybe be patient. But if you're taking the risk early in the morning like this, you gotta trade light. Just make sure you have your stop set appropriately. All right, Jones is predicting down to 44.54. Oh, look what we have. We have the 5 and the 20 crossing at the same time. We got the 5 and the 20 crossing. Oh no, they didn't cross yet. They didn't cross yet. But they're really close to each other. So remember what I told you guys about the 5 and the 20. So just wait for that to happen. Jay Gill, I answered your question yesterday, by the way. Oh, I don't know if he's in here. So at the end of each session, I erase the charts. My bad. My bad. Can you restate the comment? That's a lot, JR. You're going to have to get into the Discord, brother. That's too much to talk about right now. So usually on FOMC days, it's not 100%, but usually what we can expect is some sideways. The market doesn't want to move too much until the Fed speaker starts talking. Doesn't mean it's always going to happen. I'm sure maybe you can see some setups, but usually there's just sideways motion, annoying grind in really there's actually no direction, but usually there's an annoying grind. And then the speaker starts talking, and then you'll see a candle just boom, spike out of nowhere. And then the very next candle will be the opposite, stop everybody out. That's usually what happens, but we'll see. You know, we're in a different time now because they're changing the rules on certain things. So they changed the rules on how they calculate inflation. They're also changing the rules on forward guidance, right? So before, there's something called the dot plot. The dot plot is basically Jerome Powell's, the old Fed chair, his ideology, I guess, was transparency, to give the market some type of expectation of what to expect, right? So, for example, if FOMC day was coming up, depending on the economic environment, the board members would put their vote pretty much for the direction they're leaning on. Either they're going to raise or reduce rates, or neutral, right? So they would have a little chart called the dot plot, and the dot plot, they would put, yes, I'm going to raise, I'm going to vote to raise, yes, I'm going to vote to lower, whatever it is, right? So now they're getting rid of that. So usually the market would price in, because the market, they're always pricing in things, right? So the market would usually price in these either increases or decreases or neutral. But now the market's not going to have that option, right? That's no longer going to be a thing. Which essentially means more uncertainty. And we know the market does not like uncertainty. All right, we got the 20. Look at all this liquidity right here. Look at all this liquidity right here, which would make Jones's thesis, it would make sense, right? If Jones believes we're going to fill this gap, you know, at least hitting one of these moving averages would make perfect sense, right? So this Fed chair is going to be, it's going to be different. There's going to be some adjusting. We're not going to have that dot plot. We're not going to have the forward guidance. And they changed the way that we're calculating inflation. So, you know, things are going to be different. So how's the market going to react to that? This is what we need to maybe play it cool for a little bit. Maybe play it cool for just a little bit. I mean, really the only setup I see is probably like this. And then it's short-lived to like here. I don't see anything past here. There you go, JR. Yeah, you got to get in and get out, man. Today's going to be... I mean, so far it's doing what we expected, right? Just sideways, choppy. 230, different story. 230 rolls around, maybe, you know, sometimes I've seen it where like 30 minutes before they'll make a move, and then when 230 happens, that's when they'll start, the volatility starts slapping people in the face. So if you're taking this play, look, you got to wait till way up here, right? You got to wait till way up here. And then measure risk to reward from the break of wherever this starts to 52.52. Oh, okay. We've seen 52.52 recently. Look, this is... That's risky, right? Because the 5 is saying opposite. The 30 is literally flat. This is, and we're below the water on the 1, so be careful. Here's first major hurdle at 51.35. All right, Discord, we have to be careful. We're not just bouncing in between this lig box too, okay? So maybe, oh, 52, 52. Okay, yeah. So we have to make sure that this isn't significant resistance up here. So here's our area of maybe volatility right here, or some violence right here, right? See the violence right here? So let's see if they form support at 51.35. If they form support here and then form another magenta, then we'll see maybe if we can get to top of the lig box. When I'm saying top of the lig box, I mean on our 5-minute chart. Now remember, I don't know when these things are going to happen, right? We don't know when. So when you're seeing these paths, it doesn't mean at this time at 10:04, right? Sometimes that happens. I just get lucky. And even still, look, until 2:30, the rules don't apply. I highly doubt they give a damn about our little pretty colors. It's probably going to be supply demand for however long until he starts talking. Look, for this to even be valid, the support needs to be at around 51.61. For any downside, we're going to need to see this. There's probably not a lot to do in between here, right? I'm going to clean up the chart. Just pay attention to what you see. Pay attention to the levels off to the side. Everything says sideways. Everything says sideways. Yeah, at least for the morning. I mean, usually that's the JR. That's usually the MO, the modus operandi. Usually the market just stays nice and tame for the morning session. They'll find a range, and then in the afternoon it'll start to get violent. Damn, should I have left my original? I'm gonna leave my. It was a guess, but I'll leave it. Let me see if I can get back to it. This was a guess, but I'll leave it. We'll see. Might need to adjust it just a bit, but you know, this purple was a guess. I don't know that this is a thing. We'll wait. Let's just wait and be a little bit patient. This purple was a guess. again, look, this is this purple. This is a guess. So I'm telling you, I just guessed it. I literally just used my line right here. So this is a guess. This isn't real. So let's be patient. All we see is chop right here, right? You know, maybe if we can form some support at 51.61, maybe we'll see a little pop up, or if we can form resistance underneath 50.11. Otherwise, inside here, there's probably not a lot to do. Probably not a lot to do. Look, I'm telling you all 100%, this was a guess. There's no way. This is a guess. So I guessed this. This purple right here, I guessed it. I'm being fully transparent. That's just what it is. I guessed it. And it was so much of a guess, I don't even feel like I could even gloat or flex on it, because I know it was a guess. I know it was a guess. I was going off this bullshit drawing that I just put up here. So this is not a thing. I mean, we'll see. It's looking like it's working, but we'll see. If you did take this purple, you better protect this trade. Jones, I'm telling you all, this is a guess. You guys need to wait for the actual setup. You guys are taking the risk inside the danger zone. I just got lucky here. This is luck. This is luck. I didn't know that this was gonna happen. In other words, I had no data that this was a thing. I just guessed it. I'm just trying to be honest with you all. Like, this was a guess. This is not how we want to. It's working out now, but this is not how we want to trade, just based on me guessing. But I think we can see why it's important that we needed to form support at 51.61, right? We needed to form some support up here. What we did, we saw rejections at this exact level. Pretty much exact, not exact, but like a couple cents off. The resistance is at 51.54. The path is at 51.61, right? So about 7 cents off. But this is why it's important that we needed to form the support you know, here, wherever I, you know, to the side. All right, so let's see if they want to stay inside of magenta. If you're in the Discord and you took the break and retest of the lick box, you need to protect your trade. We see you might be starting this bear cycle here on the 30. Below the water on the 5, below the water on the 1. All right, we know there's a lot of liquidity right here too, right? So we know there's some violence here and some violence here. So in between here, probably not a lot to do. We'll see if they want to stay inside the magenta. If not, then look, same setup, right? We know where the violence is now. It's, oh wait, what did I just do? Nope, don't do that. We know where the violence is, right? It's right here. So probably like this. So if this doesn't happen, then the call scenario isn't a thing, right? So we have to, if this happens, then we want to wait for support around whatever this level is, around here, and then we'll see if they push up. Otherwise, we're just inside of magenta. So let's say you did take the put on purple. This is for future reference. This is also in the lessons, right? It's in the exit and entry exit lesson plan. So if you did take purple, you have the option of getting out on the break of the magenta, because that's when we establish the trend, right? Once we establish the trend, then you'll know if you need to trail along your puts along magenta, or you're going to take a key level, or you're going to wait for our legs to close, whatever it is. But I think this is probably more of a advanced. This is probably more advanced, right? Wait a little bit for this. I recommend take the money when you see it. You gain some time in the market, gain some experience, and then you'll know which exit strategy best suits you. But right here, we're in the violence right now. So there's probably not a lot to do in here. You see, understand? There's probably not a lot to do. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a bit because we've already identified our watch. We've identified our violence, and we've identified our violence. So inside here, probably not a lot to do. If they reject on this magenta, we'll see. That just means it's, if they reject here and keep going down below 50.11, is going to be the grind inside magenta. Just like yesterday, I think it was teal. But until then, probably nothing to do in here, right? We're back at market open. Now, if you're taking too low of a delta and you're scalping, you wouldn't be able to get any real money off this, because you need to be in and out and only getting 12% of, or you know, just an example. So, you know, the data's right in front of us. We don't have to do much thinking. We're just chopping around in here until we're not. And if this goes on until 2:30, be ready for that. That's more likely than it's not. I'm not saying we can't get a, you know, a pop to somewhere and let's say top of the lick box. Like we're still, you know, I'm just saying. Today's not the day to risk it for no reason. And today's not the day where you're like, man, I knew I should have done this. Today's the day where you're like, hey, FOMC, anything could happen. I don't need to take the risk. If the play goes without me, fine. You know why? Because how many plays have gone without us before and we lived? So you're not going to miss out on anything if you just collect data for the day. You know, we need to stop having this odd expectation that, number one, we need to take a trade. Number two, we need to be in every single leg of every single move. And number three, feeling that FOMO when if you don't and then it goes in the direction. We need to get over that. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. The pretty colors, they don't matter today. Today's not the day where it matters. Today's probably going to be supply demand day for until 2:30, most likely. We don't know for a fact, but do we need to constantly risk it? That's what you need to ask yourself. So let's say it does. We don't know, right? But let's just say it does reject off this magenta and keeps going down, and you got in here. Would you be willing to survive all this drawdown? Or would you have stopped out on this green candle right here for a loss, and then it goes and continues? This is what you need to ask yourself. But look, nothing's changed. Still the same thing. We're waiting for till we get up here, you know, somewhere above 51.61 or somewhere below on a break and retest below 49.96. Nothing's changed. Same thing. Now I know we see these MAs staring at us in the face, and they look juicy. They look juicy. I get it. Thank you, JR. Much appreciated. Now we got to see if they're building one of these. All right, here comes the violence again. All right, here comes the violence right here. Now we need to see if they're going to form some type of support up here. Otherwise, guess. Otherwise, guess. Exactly, we're just still in the chop, so wait for the support to form. And if it shoots off without us, it shoots off without us. But, you know, we need to look for the A1 setup. Same thing to the downside. Same thing to the downside. This is supply and demand, right? Supply and demand. Demand, supply. Demand, supply. Wait for the imbalance. We'll know the imbalance when one of these things happen. Either like this or like this. We'll know the imbalance. So you really don't need to think too hard. And also, it's FOMC day. The rules are different today. What I'm saying is we don't always need to be in a trade. That's what I'm saying. We don't always need to be in a trade, because the trades that you hesitate and miss, those are the ones that create the FOMO in your heart. And then you're going to jump on every single one afterwards because you're like, I'm not going to miss it again. Last time I did this, last time I hesitated, instead of just waiting for the setup that's the proper setup. I really should take these damn paths off, because it seems like the words that I'm saying don't matter. Everyone's just looking at the yellow line on the screen thinking, oh, okay, that. I see this happening, therefore, instead of, you know, listening to what I'm saying, wait for the support to form. We need the support to form. It has to happen. And if it shoots off without us, oh, well. That's what I'm trying to say. It has to form. We need the resistance to form. I really need to get rid of this, but I kind of want to give you a visual representation of what I'm talking about, so when it does happen, you can see it. But, you know, we at least have to wait for it to happen. We don't see support, right? We see resistance. We see resistance. We don't see support. And if it breaks and shoots, then we got to be okay with that. Because the home runs, they will come. They will come, I promise you. You know, we see a lot of resistance right here. If they want to break it, it's going to be a obvious candle. It's going to be a very obvious candle that they want to break it. And then we just got to wait for a continuation. The continuation, we're going to see some support forming here. So, you know, let it be obvious. That's all I'm saying. This is a lot of liquidity building up. If they want to break it, it's going to be obvious. And then here's our problem, right? The candle will break, and then we think, well, damn, I wanted to get in exactly perfectly right here. I don't want to get in up here, right? That's what you're gonna tell yourself, instead of realizing this is the obvious move. This is when it's obvious. So, you know, if it retraces a little bit, that's your support forming. So allow for the obvious thing to happen. You're gonna get something out of it. You're not gonna get 100%. So get this out of your mind. Like, you need to enter at exactly this point right here, because this is not a thing. Get that out of your mind. We're not going to get 100%. This is another thing holding us back from, you know, we're not happy with getting something. You know, we want to get 100% of everything, and that's not a thing. There's going to be red candles in the market. All right, we're coming up to a key level here, and also top of the lick box. Key level at 52.22. Now at least we're going to get a chance to see, was this the stop hunt? Or if they form support here, is there going to be continuation? Now we get a chance to see. So look where the top of these candle bodies are, and look at the top of the flexion, right? Couple cents off, I get it, couple cents. But you remember, I'm freehand drawing it, so give me a little bit of grace here. You see the top? Now we're going to get a chance to see, are they going to continue down? Or do I just need to survive a weak cycle for the push up? Now we get a chance to see. You know, if it shot up without us, oh, you know, oh well. Nothing we can do about that. All right, now we'll know if we see some liftoff, so wait for some liftoff. We'll see if we stay inside the purple, and if this is going to be a weak cycle here, right? If we get under 50.90, we got to look the other way. So just be patient. Now you know we gotta either survive a weak cycle, or it's gonna start, or this was a stop hunt. We're gonna be able to figure it out. So you don't have to rush. You didn't miss anything. It's very rare support's just going to be one candle. We need to see like maybe a couple candles of support. It's rarely just one. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just rarely just one. So now you need to figure out, am I going to survive the weak cycle? That's what you need to figure out. Stop hunt, back in the chop. We need to see a little bit of liftoff here. We need to see some type of liftoff. Back in the chop. Look, I'm going to read the analysis from this morning. I'm going to read it. Traders, today is FOMC. Be prepared for a choppy, slow environment until Fed Chair begins to speak, then chaos. If you're new, this is the perfect time to paper trade. If you take any trades, your stops must be adequate, which might mean being uncomfortable. We're back at market open. They rejected on key level 52.22. Here, I'm going to share the screen really quick. Screen share. Today is FOMC. Be prepared for a choppy, slow environment until Fed Chair begins to speak. Then the chaos. If you're new, this is a perfect time to paper trade. If you take any trades, your stop must be adequate, which means being uncomfortable. All right. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm preparing you all for the day.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Demand, supply. Demand, supply. Demand, supply. Demand, supply. Supply and demand day. Well, let me not say day, but for right now. on this retest here, we need a little bit of lift off. But, you know, you could have had a very tight stop here either way. You could have had a very tight stop. All right, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. Okay. Now let's see if we stay underneath. What is this? What are the numbers? Is 5011 and break this purple. If not, still in chop. We're going to look for this blue. Purple will give us the hint. Blue will tell us what we need to know. We just got to watch out for 49. That's the only issue right here. So we probably want to do this right here. Wherever this happens. Today's FOMC, the rules are different today. Today's FOMC, it's going to be choppy and sloppy until 2:30. I mean, that's most likely what's going to happen. There's no surprise. Back at market open. Okay. Okay. So we see some, okay, hold on. Okay. Okay. stops are gonna have to be uncomfortable. They're making it uncomfortable, right? Donald Trump said he's open to resuming hostilities against Iran if the planned agreements failed, as both sides prepare to sign the deal, opening 60 days of negotiations. Trump warned the U.S. could restart military action, but expressed confidence Iran wants an agreement and a return to normal relations. Doug. Look at Doug. Oh man, can markets crack? I mean, the manipulation that's happening is unprecedented. Unprecedented. This is a new market manipulation that I don't think anyone's prepared for. No one's prepared for this type of market manipulation. This is on another level of market manipulation. My sensei's like, can markets crack? I think the markets are smoking crack. Look at this. Here's where your stop needs to be uncomfortable. What's a taco indicator? This guy decided to say this on FOMC day. This is crazy. Now, why would he say that? Okay. Here's where your stops need to be uncomfortable. Just letting y'all know. Aw, damn it. Jimmy James. Jimmy James, did you just send a friend request? If not, we got a snake in the grass. Look, if you didn't catch this blue, that's not on you. I mean, I don't know if anyone could. There's no way. But we did see how they were respecting the blue, right? So, okay. Just gotta let this play out. Let this volatility settle out. We're gonna get some direction shortly. I have no idea what a taco indicator is. But someone in the Discord's laughing at it though, so it must be an inside joke. Let me in, guys. Let me in. Oh. Taco. That's a good one. Okay. All right. Well, you know, the market needs to start moving now. Let's go. Come on. Let's get this thing going. Let's get this thing going. Let's see if they want to touch the 20. Doug, you got family. You got more than friends, you got family. He said by mistake. Damn, Jimmy James, that's rough. All right, little drop would be nice. Little drop would be nice. The 20's right here at 47. We're at 49. Come on. All right, major hurdle at 49. Doug, we're all your family. Oh my God, Doug, you're crazy. Come on, what's up with this little drop? We just need a little tiny drop. Just need a little tiny drop. Just a little tiny drop. A lot of hesitation on 49. 49 is a lot of liquidity here, so they're gonna need to. They broke it once. They broke it, bought it right back up. This guy and his tweets, man, this is it's a different environment. Different environment, I'll say that. On FOMC day, he decides to say that this is not an accident. This is not an accident. Seen a little tiny drop here. Just a little bit. I like this wick here, but there's a lot of liquidity on 49. Ah, it's on the bottom of the lick box. Dang. It's at the bottom of the lick box. It's struggling right here. Let's see if we break it. If he comes back and says, psych, psych, just kidding. See a little tiny drop. They don't want to break this 49. Come on, let's break this 49 real quick. How much time we got? A little under 2 minutes on the candle. I know, for real. Psych, just messing with the retail investor, says my sensei. That would be something. I mean, if this isn't market manipulation, this is market manipulation. This is, I don't know how I know how I feel about it, but gosh darn, it's so like obvious and in your face. This is so obvious at this point. Because the quote-unquote deal wasn't supposed to be signed until Friday in the first place. Struggling on the bottom of this lick box right here. Struggling. If you didn't catch the break of this blue, that's not that's I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but yeah, kind of impossible. Kind of impossible. Man, we need to break this 49. We need to break. We got what? 15 seconds on the candle. We need to break this 49. If we get that type of news, like, cool story, we're actually still fully engaged in war, and the market buys it back up, this is unfortunate. If the market buys it back up after that news, this is not an accident. We need to break this damn 49. We only got 10 seconds on the candle. Yeah, SpaceX went crazy, but they're gonna open up the investor liquidity in a couple days, so it should even out. Some of them are gonna want to take some money, buy a boat, buy a couple mansions. Some of them, come on, break this 49. Two and a half minutes on the candle. Look, they're building it. They're building something. They're building something. If we get news like that and they buy it back up, man, insane. Okay. Okay. A little bit more. Let's get one nice big dump again. Come on. Come on. A little bit more. Okay. Okay. All right. What is this? 48.33. Let's see what they got there. So we broke below 49. Let's see if they want to make this some resistance and continue down. We gotta let this shake out. We gotta let this shake out right here. That's too much liquidity right here at the 5 and the 20.
Rage on that beat, going crazy. crave. Rage on that beat, going crave.
I'm here. I'm just being quiet. There's nothing to really talk about. We're back at market open. We're dancing on VWAP. So it looks like we're dancing in between VWAP and this teal range or whatever I had right here. If you're interested in joining, go to the website down below, livespytrading.com. He said Vix is going back to bed because he said Vix woke up. Earlier when the spike down happened, he said Vix woke up. Time to go back to sleep. All right, on the 5-minute chart, we want to see if we're continuing up in here or if we're going to break this blue. We see a lot of liquidity building right here. A lot of liquidity building right here. Also, listen, it's FOMC day. Perfect day to paper trade. It's a perfect day to paper trade. Now look, this teal right here, I just guessed. There's no way I could have known. So this is just me guessing. So it just so happens to be, you know, liquidity building between these. This teal, that's a guess. So if this is going to head down, we need to see a weak cycle on the 5, right? And we need these legs to open back up on the 30. And we need to get below the water on the 1. When all that happens, then we'll know. So we might be battling between blue and orange. A lot of liquidity building up right here. Here, look, while this is playing out, let me share with everybody the analysis from this morning. Hold on, let me let it play out. Very low volume. Okay. Minute 20, a little under a minute 30 on the candle. We got VWAP right here, this orange. We're literally right back at market open. We're right back at market open. "45 seconds on the candle. Here, while this is playing out, let me screen share. Today's FOMC. Be prepared for a choppy, slow environment until the Fed chair begins to speak. Then the chaos will begin. If you're new, this is the perfect time to paper trade. If you take any trades, your stops have to be adequate, which might mean being uncomfortable. Okay? And then we're going to go to here. This is what I said to one of the members in the morning before the market opened, right? Today's a bit different. After 2, the algos will be decided then. Usually that's how it works. As soon as you start speaking, the current trends are irrelevant. I might just wait until the big pop, whichever direction, and then wait for continuation. There. What do we have? 4 minutes on the candle. Now look, I didn't know that this teal right here would be anything significant. There's just no way I could have known that. So this is just a guess. I'm being fully transparent. This is a guess. I didn't know there's going to be resistance here. I didn't know that VWAP was going to be, whenever I did this, right where we are right now. I didn't know that before, so just a guess. Today's FOMC, it works different today. We're right back at market open. Right back at market open. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're in a new day and age when is war. I think so, and the reason why. So the question is war today more important than the quote unquote deal on Friday? Um, I think so. This is just my opinion, but I believe so because you know a lot of hopefully there's a lot of people that are when they hear news on the war front, we kind of like, okay, cool story, you know, we'll wait till 30, 40 days, 60 days until after to see what's really going to happen, right? I think we're all kind of tired of hearing the same old song and dance. But also Warsh, you have to remember, he has his own agenda, quote unquote, his own agenda. Quote unquote, his own agenda, right? So, I mean, we've just never seen market manipulation this in our face before. I think that's what the issue is. We know this guy's paid to do what the president wants him to do, even though it's not that's not how it's supposed to be. But also think about this. Jay Powell, he was also appointed. I'm pretty sure he was appointed by Trump. And you know, he was mildly independent. Mildly independent. Oh damn, oh okay. Did you know that Warsh married the Estee Lauder heir? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I'm not in the club. I don't have access to this type of information. Sensei, I think you're on the inside. You must be on the inside, bud. Look, all we see is chopping in between the what is this VWAP and this random ass teal that I put here. Remember, this is this is a guess. I'm being fully transparent with everybody. I didn't have any information that let me know, I don't know, an hour ago that this is gonna be here. So this is just a guess. We got 1 minute left in the candle. We're still in the super lick, right? Still in the super lick. Above the water on the 1. We're just at the water line on the 5. And we're below the water, but maybe starting this bull cycle on the 30. So no one knows. None of this matters until 2:30, by the way. 2:30, 2:30. That's when it's all gonna start to pop off. So none of this matters. We're back at market open. They caught a whole bunch of people sleeping at the wheel right here. Me being one of them. Oh, man. Like, we're just bouncing around in here, so nothing to do in here. think we're all hoping for a big move. It's not going to work like that today. Today is FOMC day. Coming up to maybe the bottom of this blue, maybe rejecting back inside this orange. We'll know shortly. We'll know shortly. We'll see if they want to grab liquidity off the blue and push up, or if they want to get back inside the orange and get comfortable inside orange. And then we'll know if it's going to be top of orange, bottom of orange, top of orange, bottom of orange. We'll know. Well, this is on a normal day, right? This is how it'll work on a normal day. So look, on our 1 minute, we're seeing where the liquidity is. So one of them is gonna give up. One of them is gonna give up. Now the interesting part about this bottom is that the liquidity is dynamic because they're literally just trading off a VWAP. They're literally just trading off a VWAP for support, and this random teal for resistance. So we see the super lick. This is a lot of liquidity building up. A lot. Plenty of liquidity. And everyone would think, okay, we got bad news on the war front. You know, maybe some downside. One candle. One candle on the 1 minute candle decided that. So, you know, this is the environment we're in. And in my opinion, we still haven't seen the real effects of the straits being closed down. Because while the oil was cheap, this is before the war, you know, they're just burning off that cheap oil now. So now they're going to have to start using expensive oil. So that's going to have repercussions down the road. That means everyone's operating costs went up. Everything we use, well, you know, the majority of things we use in society is petroleum, based on petroleum. Everything that's plastic, your iPhones, your whatever it is, it's all based on petroleum. So they need this petroleum to produce the polymers. This is just going sideways. So all the polymers now are going to start to cost a lot more. They're just going to start to cost a lot more. All right, let's see what we got on this teal. Okay. All right, they're showing a little bit of interest above this teal right here. Yeah, we're gonna see if this is the stop hunt to continue in the blue, or if they want to push. Volume is negative. Look at the volume. Oh, we just got above the water here. Maybe starting this. Maybe this is sideways, really. And we just got above the water on the break of the teal. Struggling on this teal. Chenko says, they say, whoever they is, they say we might have an oil crisis worse than the one in the 70s. Reserves to become dangerously low by early July. This is hearsay from TikTok. TikTok news. We have so much oil, it's not even funny. We have so much oil. California alone has a lot of oil, but they made an effort to drive out the oil companies. Because they went with the EV thing. They went along with the EV thing. And we're still struggling on this teal. Look at the volume. Negative volume. So California, you know, we have a place called Kern County. It's pretty much in the desert, but a lot of oil in there. And we used to have, I think, like a good amount of companies. Now we're down to two. Just two companies drilling oil. And they import all the oil from Saudi Arabia. This makes no sense. In California, this is it right now. They import the oil from Saudi Arabia and they have oil here. And these are your politicians you're voting for. So they're trying to save the environment, but it's number one, they burn the same amount of oil. Number two, they charge all the citizens a whole bunch of money. We pay $1.61 over the average, the national average, just because it's the gas tax, right? It's literally called the gas tax. So we pay $1.61, some number like that, more than anybody else, just because. And they have the oil here. We have it already here. This makes no sense. You know who I blame? The citizens. I blame the citizens because they all vote for this. They keep voting for the same thing. Like, oh, the highest poverty rate, the lowest education. Well, not the lowest, it's like 43rd. 43rd in education, 43. The richest state, supposedly, with the lowest education, yet they spend the most on education. It's like $8,000 per child. The national average is like 6,000, something like this, right? They pay the most, the worst education. They pay the most for gas. One wildfire, all your environmental issues are up in smoke, literally. So the wildfires that they had in like last year, it burned right across the street from my house, by the way. I have crazy video of it, of an explosion. But the wildfires from last year canceled out 20 years of environmental conservation. 20 years. So we've been paying a higher price because what they didn't want to do was burn the brush, right? Every now and again, you got to burn the extra brush so it doesn't ignite. They don't want to burn the brush because the environment. Okay, so now there's a whole bunch of brush, a fire starts, everything goes up in smoke, and the citizens are left holding the bag. Left holding the bag. So we've accomplished no environmental safety, and we've had to pay a higher price. Let's not even get started on the homeless. Let's not even get started on the homeless crisis. Billions of dollars for homeless people. We could have bought everyone a gosh darn, we could have bought all of them a house. We could have bought all of them a house. But then what do? They want to do their drugs and they burn everything up. They burn down the tent cities that they build for them. They just burn it all up. They don't care. They're on drugs. They don't know any better. And what do? More money for homeless. Who has to pay for it? Taxpayers. The worst run state. We have oil here. We import it. It makes no sense. It literally, it boggles my mind. I gotta leave. I gotta leave. Yeah, they pocket all the money. 24 billion. 24, not 20 billion. 20 billion, that'd be nice. 24 billion. You know, I get it. You know, we need to help our fellow man, fellow woman. I get it. People need help sometimes, but at some point you got to realize these people don't want help. They're too far gone. They're just too far gone, and you're throwing good money after bad money. We got to be reasonable and responsible now. It should be, look, if you want the help is there. But forcing taxpayers to pay an exorbitant amount of taxes for a losing cause, that's... And I blame the citizens. I don't blame the politicians. Of course, they're going to say, you know what? How did the politicians get paid? Tax money, right? So they need tax money in order to get paid, because inflation is going up. It affects them too. So how do they get paid? Tax dollars. They have to raise the taxes. This is simple math. And all the citizens here are like, but we care about the environment and we care about people. Cool story. Meanwhile, you're struggling, and they live high on the horse. Like, how do we not see the pattern here? And they use your heartstrings. They use your heartstrings to make you feel guilty. Like, oh, but you have all this and you can't give a couple cents here to help this person. You know, that they use the old, they tug at your heartstrings to make you feel bad. Well, you're not a good person if you don't give up. If you don't pay a gas tax, you don't care about the environment. You don't care about our children's future. Meanwhile, they take private jets. And then they say, hey, look, by the way, your Second Amendment right? You want to carry weapons? Oh, no, not for you. Not for you. Me? I have armed security because my life is more important than your life. You have to live amongst the savages. I don't have to. I'm a politician. I make the rules. You pay for my security, and you better believe they're all going to be armed to the teeth. with all the weapons we say is banned for you. No, that's for us. That's for us. Two different classes of people, right? The average citizen can't have a weapon. If someone, that means that anyone that is stronger than you, crazier than you, whatever it is than you, they automatically have the advantage. So what happens to the little old lady? What happens to them? They can't fight. That's it. You better learn to fight, Granny. You better learn to fight. You can't protect yourself. Only politicians can protect themselves. Only politicians protect themselves. They can have all the weapons. There's literally a list of guns that are allowed to be purchased in California. They have a list, and if it's not on the list, only the cops can get it. Only the government and the politicians. We can be protected by those, but you can't protect yourself. This is the hypocrisy we live in. Welcome to Canada. I heard in Canada you can't even have bear spray. I don't know if this is true. Oh no, you're allowed to have bear spray, but it better be for hiking in the goddamn woods. If you're not hiking in the woods and you're you know, maybe 130 pound, 140 pound young lady, old lady, who cares? 140 pound anybody. If you walk across someone that's 6 foot with a knife, you're in trouble. You can't protect yourself. You're in trouble. You're not allowed to protect yourself in Canada. That's what I heard. I don't know for a fact. I could be wrong. Only for bears, right? That's crazy. You can call 911. Yeah, call 911. Let's wait for them to show up. Let's wait for, and the criminal's also gonna wait for them to show up. Let's just wait. Hey, look, you committing crime, wait here. I'm gonna pull out my iPhone and I'm gonna thwart crime with my iPhone. This is what they expect from me. This is insane. And you know what? The people are voting for it. They're voting for it. You know, unfortunately, here's the thing. Unfortunately, you know, firearms, they're baked in the cake. It's already a thing. It's already a thing. It's not like you're going to get rid of it. Because if we get rid of it, guess who's going to keep making it? Countries like Turkey, Russia. They're going to keep making those weapons. And that's just going to create a black market. Which means only the criminals are going to have access to those weapons. This is simple math. And the Second Amendment, that's the only amendment they treat like a redheaded stepchild. The only one. You want to protect yourself? Oh no, you don't. No protection for you. All right, so let's see what we got here. That's my rant. We're literally back at market open. Still in the super lick. Right on VWAP. They're comfortable with VWAP. Very comfortable with VWAP. You know what sucks? I love California. I love it here. I love it here, but the politics, like, you know, the environment, the nature, things like this, I love it here, but they're like, it's like they're literally telling me, you gotta leave. You gotta leave, because we're just gonna make your life hard. Alright, so this blue broke. If you took break of blue, you need to protect this trade. This isn't the day for, you know, if we get below this one, maybe. Maybe if we get below this one. This is a long way away. Sig, wait, you got the 320? You better watch out. Don't bring that around me. Yeah. Off-roading, yeah. I'm always in the desert. I'm always in the desert. I got my little off-roady type rig. I heard for the SIG, I don't know if this is true, but it's the way you, when you take the slide off and then you put the slide back on, if you don't lift the slide release, stop it, and then adjust the takedown lever before you let it slide forward. I heard if you just slide it on and let it and rack it, that you gotta use the slide lock takedown lever and then put it forward. If you don't do that, then it does that quote unquote malfunction. I could be wrong though. This is just what I heard. Yeah, so if you read the book, if you read the actual manual on how to, you know, when you field strip it and put it back together, when you put it back together, you got to put that slide lock back up, move the takedown lever, and then you can slide it forward. Okay, chopping around right at open. Chopping around right at open. We see some resistance right here on this teal, some support right here on, what is this? 750.11. So they're holding up right here. So if it does this till 2, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe a couple fake outs, get right back in here. I wouldn't be surprised. This is what we should expect FOMC days. This right here, this is unfortunate. Right? One candle, 1 minute. That's it. You had 1 minute to... Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. If you took this blue, you better be on top of this. You better be on top of this. Here, look, watch. Let me show you something. You're not paying attention, but look. See this? Look at this. Everyone knows what this is, right? We went over this yesterday. Everyone knows what this is, right? We went over this yesterday. So collect your money, protect your trade, whatever you need to do. This right here, check it. This is the Shadow Realm. I've named it the Shadow Realm. I absolutely love California. I really do. And I've been here for so damn long. I've been here for so long. It's like basically home, but they're forcing me out. If you took a trade based on Shadow Realm, protect your trade. We're on the bottom of Super Lick right here. And then we got other lick right here. That was kind of funny. That was funny. They don't know. That was pretty funny. I'll give you that. Got me. Oh, man. Look at Chenko. Chenko's so happy right now. Chenko is happy right now. But at least now you got a chance to at least mitigate. If it did go against you, you got a chance to mitigate some of it. I know, right? Right, Cruz? Do that spike real quick. Right back into the thick lick. I'm telling you, today they don't care about our little pretty lines. This is not the day for this. This is supply and demand day. I will say, you did tell us you're gonna hold. He said, I'm holding. I got hopes and dreams. I'm holding. Just don't overstay your welcome. You'll be fine. You might have to survive a weak cycle now. Okay. He's so happy. You know what sucks? I built my truck just for the desert out here. And then now they're like, guess what? You can't have a second home. Or you... So here's the thing. Now what they're doing in California, if you have a second home, like winter home, summer home, whatever, they charge you another tax. Even though you already pay property tax. Now there's a whole other tax just because. So you already pay property tax, and then they charge you another tax. And they wonder why they're losing residents. The people that pay the bills, they forcing out. She said, "Welcome to Canada again." Nah, the per mile, that's on the way. That's on the way. You know what they did? Bruh, this is... Okay, so now they're gonna... Alright, here's what they did with the per mile stuff, right? So now they're gonna charge a tax based on how far you drive, right? In a day. So everyone's like, wait, what? We don't need this. And then the governor's like, no. It's not a thing yet. The money we spent on it was to study it. Is for the study. And everyone's like, wait, who needs to study it? Why do we need to study this? This is not something we need to study. Like, we know the end result. They want to charge a tax on how far you drive. This is insane. You know, people, and then already people have to drive far because you can't live in major cities. You got to live on the outskirts. You have to live on the outskirts. You can't live in the major city. So you have to drive to work. And then they're going to charge these people who are driving even more money. And then they're voting for it. So I don't get it. I just don't get it. They're voting for the people that are telling you, hey, look, remember all that time you were driving without having to pay? We already pay a gas tax. So you're paying a gas tax. Now it's a per mile tax. This is a true story. And they already spent money. They already spent tax money, quote unquote, to study it. All right, from 50.72 down to 49.92. This is good money. Figure out your life. They couldn't break above teal right here. Well, at least not yet. We still got FOMC is going to be the Wild West. At 2:30 is going to be the Wild West. Minus the sarsaparilla. Now we're going to see if Superlick, here, let me move this. We're going to see if Superlick gives us, because they broke to the downside. So now we're going to see if they're going to retest and reject it, or they're going to get right back, stop hunt, get back inside, and go test VWAP again. They do have the moving tax too. I forgot about that. Yeah, if you move, taxed. Yeah, if you move out of the state, you're getting taxed for that. Another horrible thing, if you reside in the state, let's say you do business elsewhere, but you reside in the state, they're going to charge you income tax, even though you didn't make any of the income in California. They charge you income tax just for living here. You didn't make a dime here. All your business could be in other states, across the world, wherever. They're still going to charge you a tax just because you live here. All right, we see this retest on VWAP. Below the water on the 1, maybe starting this bear cycle on the 5, sideways on the 30. So all three of them together, sideways. But we expected this, right? Until, you know, at least 2:30. Because I've seen the pop like 30 minutes before, and I've seen the pop like 10 minutes before, and I've also seen the pop as soon as he starts speaking. So it's going to be one of those. All right, look, if you took the play from the shadow realm, if you took the put on the break of blue from the shadow realm, we're coming up to key level. What is this? 49.84. You need to start protecting your trade, figure out what you're going to do with your life. I gotta read this comment. It says, hurricanes, I can deal with. Property taxes, yeah, I hate. And the insurance, low key, don't have any. That's funny. I like that. That's funny. I don't have any. Oh, man. Yeah, nice, slow, choppy day, just like we expected. So we saw they're trading on top of VWAP, and they found some resistance right here. Now we're underneath VWAP. Let's see if this is going to form resistance underneath VWAP. We're below the water on the 1. Maybe in this bear cycle on the 5. And sideways on the 30. Chenko's loving it though. He's loving it. He's gaining his confidence back. Yeah, they could always keep the rates the same, which I think is what is on the menu, just keeping the rates exactly the same. I mean, really they need to, but actually, to tell you the truth, we need to raise the rates, but in my opinion, I think we need to raise the rates a little bit. And also, maybe stop spending money we don't have. How could we be the richest country in the world and $39 trillion debt? That doesn't make sense. The richest country in the world with the most debt. How? Like, what is your metric for measuring wealth? Same thing in California, the richest state in the nation, the highest poverty rate. How? Where's all the money? Yeah, the nicest car, the nicest watches, all on credit. And then credit card debt. If you're on credit card debt, listen, this is anybody. You need to pay off that credit card debt. You have to pay off your credit card debt. Before you do anything else in life, pay off that credit card debt. Like, make an effort, pay it off. I know it seems like a daunting task at times. This is a must do. You can't pay 18, 19%. I've even seen 28%. You can't pay these rates. You got to pay off that debt. Hang out less, smoke less weed, do less cocaine, whatever it is, but you got to pay off that debt. You can't be sitting on credit card debt. Don't even get me started on the child support system. Don't even get me started. Okay, some resistance at VWAP here. Let's see if we start this bear cycle here. If we start the bear cycle, this would look like good continuation here. You know, on a normal day, this would look like good continuation, right? Starting the bear cycle under the water. This is what we like on a normal day. And we'd have to identify wherever the blue was. Maybe it was here, maybe. But for us on the 5, the entry would have been on the break of Shadow Realm. Bear cycle, usually to the next level of liquidity, Sensei. Usually the next level of liquidity. But our entry was on the Shadow Realm, right? This is our entry for puts. On the break of the Shadow Realm. On the break of the blue. The Shadow Realm, right here. Luckily, we never formed support above teal. We never formed the support above teal. We actually saw resistance on teal. So if you're holding your puts, now you see why I told you that. $10 points, please. shucks. 10 points, please. All right, look, let me share the screen really quick with everybody so you don't think I'm making it up. Screen share. 8:23. This is Pacific Standard Time. I said if we get above this teal, it ain't looking good for puts. Okay? There's the proof. 8:23. This is Pacific Standard Time. Now you get a second bite at the apple maybe, right? Above the teal, not looking good for puts. You know who I'm talking to. All right, going back to real life now. Here's the teal, right?
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Chenko. Chenko. Did you understand the task now? Do you see what why I did this? You see why I did it? All right, second bite at the apple now. You know, you can look, you stuck with it, and now you can either mitigate that significant loss you would have taken had you just taken the loss, but you stuck with it. This is the important thing, right? This is the lesson. This is why I put it up here. This is why I put it here. It had to be, not that it had to be here, but you know, I get lucky sometimes. I get lucky. Go back and look how long ago I put this up here. It needed to be, it ended up being resistance, right? We never traded above it. So after this is why I did it right here. This is the reason why. You gotta have a little bit of faith in me, a little bit of trust, a little bit of trust. I got you, don't worry. But now you need to figure out your life, okay? Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Because if they go right back up into opening, to market open, you're not going to be happy. You can significantly mitigate any type of loss right now. I mean, serious, significant. Look, our entry on the shadow realm, on the break of, let me go ahead and do this one. We'll go ahead and mark out the blue. Remember this from yesterday, everybody? I don't know who was here, but this was, you know, you need to go rewind the tape from yesterday if you need to. This is right here inside the blue. We identified the blue. Easy money. Now let's see if this is being preemptive. We don't know. It can always turn around right here. But, you know, what we're maybe hoping for is to see if we see a little bit of violence right here, which would make sense for being on blue and also on key level. But Chenko, you have a chance right now to figure out your life. Right now. So look, let this be, I don't want to say let this be the lesson, but something we can take away from this is when I'm telling you all, if we get above a certain level, then we need to look the other way. Then, if we get above it, then. And I know this was a long time ago, you know, maybe an hour ago or something like that, but you know, it just has to be like this. Not that it has to, but I get lucky sometimes. I get lucky sometimes every day. And I'm not saying we're going to win every trade, or I'm not saying that, you know, whatever I'm drawing is going to happen, but look at the money we just printed. Okay. Oh, again on blue, it did the same thing on the last time we had blue. We had this blue here. It did the same thing. Gosh darn it. Come on, man. This is market manipulation. Bro, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. Come on, man. Now what? Now what? Come on, man. I wanted it to be a little smooth. Okay, there we go. I needed it to be a little smoother than this. This is rough, man. We can't deal with this. Come on, man. Look at this. 1 minute, like, come on. Literally the same thing on the last thick blue. Exactly the same thing on blue. Come on, man. This is not ideal. Bruh. Okay. How? Look at this wick, man. Got a little bit of room on the come on, man. All right, we see the legs spread open on the 30. A little bit of room on the 5. Below the water on the 1. Might have to survive another cycle. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. All right, so we know this blue has some. We know the algorithm. Okay, we know the algorithm likes this blue, or doesn't like it. I'm not sure how to look at it, but there's something going on with this blue. We're almost at key level here, so. Man, you and all your proverbs. Ain't nobody got time for proverbs. A little drop would be nice, right? Just a little tiny. I mean, let's at least dance on blue. I mean, every time it hit blue, it just went crazy. Every time thick blue. Look at this wick. Look at this damn wick. Now look, we see all these wicks up here too, right? But it's getting hectic right now. In Elvis we trust. What does this mean? What does this mean in Elvis we trust? All right, come on. These wicks need to do their job. Okay. Okay. Oh man, that was annoying. Okay, here we go. There we go. Let's see what they got. Okay. Let's see if they give us a dance right here on blue. That'd be nice, a little dance right here. I mean, a break straight through would be even better, but a little dance is reasonable. Got a little bit of room on the 5. Legs open up on the 30. All right, let's see if they give us that dance right here. Little dance right here would be nice. You know, a little more, I'm not gonna say normal, but yeah, basically a little more normal. Because look, we're dealing with the liquidity from blue, and we're dealing with the liquidity from 49, the evil 49. Okay, a couple more wicks. Come on, let's see a little bit of dancing. Now we need to see the dance. Let's get the dancing shoes out. Let's get our tap shoes out. Really, we shouldn't even be excited. It's FOMC day. None of this means anything. We just get lucky sometimes. We just get lucky sometimes. It's FOMC day. We shouldn't even be... We shouldn't even be happy right now. It's 49 is going to be a problem. All right, I forgot who asked. Let me look back. Sensei, you see it now? Bear, you asked when's the bear cycle in? Key level 49, key level right here, right? Everything to perfection. Are you not entertained by yet, Sensei? Perfect. When's the bear cycle in? Key level. Now we got to figure out our life here. We want to see a down, up, down, a quick down, up, down. But this wick is annoying. I don't like this wick. If you're looking for an entry, maybe wait until here. If you haven't already taken a trade. $49 is going to be a problem. They're respecting 49, they're respecting blue, so this is what we got to deal with. We already expected this right here. We already expect this is more expected. This is annoying. Wait, where is it? I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Damn, look at this bolt down. This bolt down hit perfect. This bolt down hit absolutely perfect. All right, let me just go over that. Okay, well, that's unfortunate for me. I was here. We'll go through it. I entered on this candle right here on a put on the 1050. This little thin red candle right here on a put. I tried to chase this as much as I could, but the volatility didn't give me a good fill on my sell order. So it barely made anything. And then I got stopped out for a break even on my second set just now. So I held all this time from 1050 and then stopped out at 1322 for barely anything. All right, that was my day. Barely anything. Was it a significant loss or a little bit of loss? It's because this damn wick, I was trying to, man, I was moving it and then And because the volatility, because the IV went up, IV spike right here, it didn't fill me properly. And then I played a little too close here. And that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. You know, no one can expect this type of stuff right here, but I tried. All right, let's see if we get a weak cycle here. Now I lost my will. Now I lost the will. Oh. This is unfortunate. I held all this time. I held all this damn time, and then I just stopped. This wick right here messed me up, man. This wick just messed me up. That's my excuse. Because, bruh, there's no way. My sell order just didn't fill where it should have. Even though I was, you know, comfortable in profit. Not a whole bunch, but still comfortable. It didn't fill properly because of all the volatility, all the IV. So it like barely made anything. And then I stopped, and then I moved everything and stopped out here for my second set, damn near break even, just right outside of fees. I held all this time and didn't make any money. I mean, I made something, but that wasn't ideal. Now look, come on, man. Okay, let me focus. You know what? I'm waiting until 2:30. That's what I'm gonna do. Look at this now. Oh my God. I'm gonna rage quit. I'm actually gonna rage quit. I'm gonna rage quit. This damn wick, man. I reacted. I was too trigger happy and I reacted too quick on this wick, man. That was my fault. Now look at it. Even if I were to stop out now, I would have done much better. Much better. Because look how slow it is now. I can get the price that I want. This is... Alright, let me focus. Let me focus a little bit. I feel like rage quitting. I swear. Now it wants to do the dance. Come on, man. I swear to God, I feel like rage quitting. I don't know what I said. Like 75% of me says wait for 2:30. And like 25%'s like, you got money, you can roll the dice. But I think it's more of an look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna rage quit. Oh my God. I'm actually gonna rage quit. Look at this. I saw this start to fill in red. I was like, okay, I know what to do here. And then the wick got me, man. Damn, they made me a $3 hauler today. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Look, before I go, they're still respecting blue. 49 is going to be a major hurdle. Pay attention to your 5-minute chart, okay? Pay attention to that 5-minute chart. Preferably break and retest above this lick right here. If you're scalping, maybe from orange to top of the lick, okay? All right. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
bitch on that beat going crazy. Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, look, if you took the break of the orange, we're at the top of the lick box. You need to protect this trade now, right? We just went over this. I literally said everything that was going to happen. If we break the orange, maybe you can scalp to the top right here. Protect your trade now. If you're waiting for an entry, we need to form some support. 5011. Where's 5011? We need to form some support wherever this is right here. 5011-ish. And look, we're back at market open. So realize we haven't gone anywhere all day. All right, I'm waiting till FOMC. If you got the call above 5011, you need to protect your trade. Watch. Calls above 5011. Okay? If you didn't do it by now, you know, it's, you don't want to chase it, okay?
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
So we understood that this teal was probably our entry for puts. And now we're waiting to see if we can get a confirmation on this call. But if you took the break of orange, you need to protect this trade. This is good money here. This is 1 full point. A little over a full point. Protect the trade. Or no, almost 1 full point. All right, I'm going to be off to the side quiet. I'm going to wait for another 30 minutes, and I'll be right back. I think they forecasted a higher rate. He still hasn't spoken yet, but the forecast was a higher rate. Look at the 20. Okay. Let's have a talk. Whoo-wee. Okay. Let's have a talk. How did everyone do? Was it exactly as I said it would be? Was it exactly as I said it would be? There you go. Waited for the big red, right? We had a good day. All right, this is exactly what we need. Now you guys know how FOMC works. This was easy money. This was easy money. Right? Remember what I told everyone early. Where was that damn screenshot that I had? Where was that screenshot? Right here. Here, watch. Screen share. Look at this. Look at this. Today is a bit different. After 2 p.m., the algos will be decided. As soon as he starts speaking, the current trends are irrelevant. I might just wait for the big pop in whichever direction and then wait for the continuation pattern, okay? Here we go. Now, look at the big pop, and here's the continuation pattern. Here's the big pop, continuation pattern. This is too easy. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. Go to the website. I don't know what you're waiting for. We had a very good day, right? This is how it works. This is what we need to do. Not need to, but you know what I'm saying? Based on a balance of probabilities, we do okay. Oh, look, and I already marked out key level. I already marked out the key level, right? I already marked out the key level where we might see some hostility. Easy money. This is easy money. We had a very good day. I'm waiting till FOMC. Come on now. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? So look, I'm waiting for the big pop. And then the continuation pattern. Here's the pop. Here's the continuation. This is easy. This is easy. You don't even need to think. So I'm telling y'all, wait till FOMC. No big deal. Or, you know, paper trade if you're new. Paper trade, it had to be like this. It had to be. We had a good day. We had a very good day. All right, Ghost, Grim, let me know. Give me some feedback. Burnell, give me some feedback. Okay. So now you know FOMC, how it works. I've been telling everybody. No, you didn't miss out on anything because we do this every day. Tomorrow's just going to be easier. Tomorrow's just going to be easier. That's all. We do this every day. This is what we're looking for. This big momentum candle, the continuation, easy money. Easy money. We had a good day. We had a very good day. And I went ahead and plotted out the next key level just in case. Right? Just in case. We already plotted it out. The next key level. Whoo-wee! Just in case. Absolute perfection. We had a very good day. Very good day. Let me move the twins. Don't feel like you missed out on anything. You didn't miss out on anything. So now, like, sometimes we need this experience so we can prepare for that. Because look, this happens every 3 months or every 4 months, something like that. You didn't miss out on anything. Now look at this retracement. Man, I took my money. Whatever happens from here, I don't give a damn. We had a very good day. Look at how much money we just made. Look at this money. How much money do we make today? We had a very good day. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. We gave the answers to the test since early this morning. We already had the answers to the test. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then to some of you, you know, you have to make sure you're keeping a little bit on the side for taxes, right? Because you're going to get that tax. I'm waiting till FOMC. Very beautiful. We had a good day. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster, huh, Doug? Oh, man. All right, let this settle out. Let this settle. Let's take a look. All right, so in the 5 minute, we still got some time for a retest underneath here and some more rejection. Maybe they may want to test 44 again. So let's see if we get any pressure heading down. Oh, man, if you didn't get a chance to get it on the first one, yeah. Easy money. Easy money. Oh man, good job everybody. And Jones was all over it. Jones was like, look, it's heading down. No question, it's heading down. He said, hold the line. But look, if we weren't sure of direction, it didn't matter the direction, right? Remember that text message that I sent earlier. I'm just going to wait for the big pop, whichever direction, and then wait for the continuation pattern. It didn't even matter if it was going up or down. That's what we need to realize. We shouldn't try to predict up and down. That's irrelevant. Up or down, you got a 50-50 shot, right? We need to get away from trying to predict. I get it. You know, we had a good prediction. That's good. But the point is, that doesn't matter. What matters is understanding how the market works. Understanding on FOMC day, we wait for that momentum candle and then wait for that continuation. That's all we really need to do. It didn't matter if it was going up or down. Who cares? That's irrelevant. knowing how to handle the day is what matters. So look, from now on, now you know you're equipped with this information. So don't feel like you missed out. The information you're equipped with now is that an FOMC day, we wait for the big move, you put your stop very uncomfortable, and then you let your winner win. This is how it works. This is how it works. You wait for the move, you put your stop uncomfortable, let your winner win. All right, Shof. Shof, did you make some money today? Shof, did you make any money today? Did you make a quick buck? This was an easy trade. It doesn't get any easier than this, and we had plenty of time. Plenty of time. All right, good job. 6%. I love to hear it. This was a pretty easy trade. It doesn't get much easier than this. Especially when I'm telling y'all, wait for the big pop. Just wait for that big pop. That's going to tell us the direction. Jimmy James, how much? Jimmy James, he said it. I think Jimmy James is close to $900 or $800. Chenko made some money today. Oh man. So look, we're going to see if we're going to, what? Reject underneath the lick box right here. I just said it. Now, it may be a little sketchy right here, right now, because a lot of things need to be worked out. A lot of people just got stopped out. Everyone up here just got stopped out. So I'm telling you, if you took orange, you got to protect this trade. You can't just let it run forever. You got to protect this trade. Not this close to FOMC. This is how it works. You can't just let it run. You need to secure whatever profit. And then you wait for the break of teal. The break of the teal. I have it highlighted with a 2 to let everyone know. It's literally the only one highlighted. Literally the only one highlighted. And then I'm pretty sure I told everyone in the Discord, this teal, this is our best bet. This is our best bet. It had to be like this. It had to be like this. Raul held this put since 1050. Look at Raul. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Look, now everyone thinks they're now everyone's like, yeah, I'm a genius. I told you, the rejection underneath the lick box, if you didn't take it by now, it's going to be rough. You know, we got to be on it. Okay, we had an absolutely phenomenal day. Absolutely phenomenal day. Uncomfortable stops. There you go, Raul. We had to be uncomfortable with the stop. This is what it is. If we play by the rules, it's much easier to win the game. Or else we're just going to keep called offsides, foul, icing, whatever it is. We have to play by the rules. It just works out easier like this, right? It just works out. It doesn't mean we're going to win every time, but god damn, we do all right. Damn it, we do all right, god damn it. We do all right. Listen, if you're on YouTube and you're trying to learn how to make money, go to the website, livespytrading.com. Oh my goodness. Like seriously, we have to be honestly and look, we got Jonesy in the house. We got Jonesy in the house. We have to be the best team. We have to be the best team on the internet. Look, I told y'all, the rejection right here. I told you, and I even extended this out to show you where it's going to be. Right here. Look. Like, it's not going to get any better than what we have going on right now. This is absolute perfection. I told you they're going to retest underneath here. And they're going to reject. It's still room for that. Oh my goodness. We had a very good day. I'm going to be rich. Doug, I like the dab. I like the little dab. Where do you get all these emojis? I like those. I like that dab emoji. That's my favorite. And Doug, you've come a long way, brother. Doug, you've come a long way. You used to be the one jumping in and out in the same candle, jumping on, front running the plays, not waiting for the setup. That used to be you. And now look at you now, brother. Now look at you. I'm very happy for you. Very happy for you. Very happy. We're going to do this together. All of us. It's going to take time. And if you're new, it's going to take time. You know, Jimmy James and Doug, and it didn't happen for them overnight, right? It took a long time. Not a long time, but it took a good amount of time. I will say that. You know, now we're seeing the TikTok plays. Oh, Jones. Yeah, it took Jones a little bit too. It took Jones a little bit. I remember me and Jones, when he first started, we had to have the heart to heart, and he's like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, excuse me. He's like, what the hell? I was like, calm down, brother. Give it some time. He stuck with it. Jones stuck with it. Whew. Jones stuck with it. Look at him now. Look at him now. The growth that I see is, it's, you know, literally a dream come true for me, because I used to, this is, you know, what I hoped for all this time. I wanted to help people, and now finally the people that really want it, that really stick with it, that believe in themselves, and, you know, get to have a little bit belief in me, and a little bit belief in Jones and DC. Rhino too. A little bit of belief, you know, a little bit of experience here. Look at the money that just got printed on the rejection right here. It's about to stop me out. I re-entered on the retest of this lick box that I conveniently have right here. And I have it circled right here. I re-entered on the rejection. I'm about to stop out shortly, though. I need to take something off the table. Back underneath the 5. Man, the market needed this pullback for real. So wait, what the hell happened with rates? Because I forgot what I was watching. I was watching something, and I just heard what do you call it? that they're going to increase. And that's when I came and said, hey, they're talking about increasing, and then boom. I want to take something off the table right here on the 5. I'm going to take something off the table on the 5. I have so much space. Yeah, okay. First set gone on the retest here. Man, we had a very good day. We had a very good day. A little faith goes a long way. The win rates, Cruz, look at, all right, Cruz. Oh my goodness. I love to see the growth, man. I really love to see the growth, like what's happening with everyone. You know, a little bit of faith in me. The voice on the other end of the screen. I know you guys don't know me, know who I am, but we do a lot of hanging out together. And, you know, I got big plans for us one day. I got big plans. Big plans. I'm trying to hold on to these runners. I'm holding on to these runners. I'm going to let it run just a little bit. All the volatility is making me get a little sketchy. We made plenty of money today. We could be happy. Oh, look at this 5. This 5-minute chart looks so smooth, man. We'll let it run for a little bit. We'll let it run. Let me adjust really quick. Got plenty of space. Okay. Such a good day. Harry Armin's the Harry Armin's one rate hike for 2026. Is that what they said? Wait, did they already raise the rates, or are they expecting one rate hike? Will SMH go red? Sensei, you're focusing on the wrong thing. It doesn't matter if SMH goes. Oh, hold on, they just stopped me out. Okay, that was a good trade. That was a good little revenge trade right here. They just stopped me out on my. Yeah, we made good money today. Here's the thing. Doesn't matter if they go red or not. We make money every day trading SPY. Who cares? If it goes to 0, no one cares. We make money off of SPY. This is, I don't know how to explain it, but this is our best bet. Oh, come on, man. They just slapped me in the face and kept going. Come on. I got slapped in the face. Okay, there. It better not go down. Jeez. Look at all the volatility. That's what I'm telling you. If you're taking trades, your stops have to be extremely uncomfortable. Oh man, we had such a good day. Such a good day. I'm not going to say it was easy, but it was expected. I read off that text to everybody in the world what the plan was. Wait for the big candle and then jump on the wave. That's all we got to do. I know, dude. They know my weakness for real. Cuz I'm telling you, I grew up poor, so whenever I see money on the table, I'm like, I'm putting this in my pocket. I don't care whose money it is. It's going in my pocket. Oh my goodness. Grandma's money? My money. My money now. It's in my pocket. Money on the table. I got to take it. But here's the thing. Look, we do this every day. We do it every day. So today was just a little treat. Today was a little treat. Look, they're bouncing between the 20 and the 5, right? So we have a lot of liquidity right here. The 20 and the 5. Hella liquidity. Look at the wicks coming in right now. Look at the wicks coming in. Oh, look at this wick on the 5-minute. Come on, man. Let's see if they get a second bite at the apple at 44. Look at the legs on the 30. All right, I'm gonna let this settle out. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm here. I'm just gonna be quiet. Here, watch. Let's do a little experiment, okay? Little experiment. I'm going to share the screen with everybody. Screen share. Let's look at this mini inverse cup and handle. So in the morning, this is what I drew, right? This is what happened in real life. This is what I drew in the morning. This is what happened in real life. You can't make it up. Watch. Today, before the market opened, mini inverse cup and handle. We wanted to see this. This will happen in real life. Okay, just saying. I'll be right back. I'm going to circulate some blood.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I walked away for like 5 minutes and it's all we're back up at. This candle went right back to market open. That's insane. Whew. Well, we had a good day. Oh, they went back to VWAP. I just heard a little bit of the speech from Kevin Warsh, kind of giving like little light jabs at Fed Chair Powell. But you know, this buy back up really doesn't make sense because he was just saying at the same time he was like, inflation's hot, high inflation. But then he said the Fed's going to do everything it can to stabilize prices. Whatever that means. So beautiful gap fill. Beautiful gap fill. Got about what, like a little over an hour left. If they want to go sideways from here, completely reasonable. It's going to be hectic. If you made money today, call it a damn day. There's no reason to sit here for another hour after you already made money. Absolutely no reason. What is that? I see a bear and a bear trap. Ah, bear trap. That's good. That's a good one. Well, you know, we'll know if we get above this teal. Right? Oh, wait, look. Bro, look at the teal put in work. Look at this teal put in work. I didn't even realize this. Look at exactly where it went to. Teal, rejection. You guys think that's an accident? You think that's an accident? I got a bridge to sell you. If we do get above the teal, then yeah, I'll say bear trap. But you know, we got a little bit of ways to go. This teal, for some reason, I don't know why, but there's something on this teal. This 5088, whatever is over here. If we get above, bear trap, sure. until then, yeah. But, you know, I don't like to try to predict the market, right? I just let the market tell me what it needs to tell me. If we get above this, then I'll know. If not, we're going down, right? Downtrend. He made bear trap out of emojis. Brilliant. Back to the 20. Man, they're bouncing off the VWAP and the 20 and the 5 like nothing. As if it means nothing. Eventually, hopefully, some of you will to kick the bad habit of trying to predict the stock market. This is not what we want to do. You wait for momentum, and then you jump in on the wave, and then you don't get greedy. That's it. Trying to predict the market, maybe, sure, but that's, you know, do you? All right, look, we got our purple and the 5 at the same exact time. So let's see what they want to do. We're on purple and the 5 at the same time. If you're watching or in the Discord and you don't understand that at around 1050-ish, I put this teal up here. And look how the teal's been respected. I mean, look at this. This, you can't even make this up. You can't even make this up right here. So if you can't tell, we got something very special here. How we broke the purple. If you can't tell, we have something very special here. Then I don't know, then your eyes don't work. Your eyes simply don't work. You need to go listen to books, because your eyes don't work. Get a listening book and listen to it, because your eyes don't work. If you're not amazed by now, there's nothing ever going to impress you. All right, let's do a little screen share real quick. Screen share. Let's check out one of the members. Check out one of the members from today. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look how beautiful. Look how beautiful. Oh man, Jimmy James. Jimmy James. You old son of a gun. You son of a gun, Jimmy James. I remember Jimmy James was at a point where he was like, man, look, I don't got it right now, but I'm going to come back. I'm going to join. In the meantime, while I'm not joining, I'm going to pump your YouTube on Instagram or TikTok, and he did it. He actually used to do it, and he asked permission and everything. Jimmy James, it's paid off for you, brother. It's paid off, and I'm happy. I am happy for you. Genuinely, I feel like happiness about that. This 5 and 20, they're battling right here. So look, VWAP 5 and 20, they're battling. The legs in the 30 might have some weakness. But we're below the water, maybe starting this bear cycle on the 5. So we'll find out shortly. If you made money today, you better call it a day. Look at the price action. You think it's gonna get any easier from here? One candle can slap you in the face and make you regret taking a trade. All right, let's see if they want to do. Let's see if they want to give us a classic head, shoulders, toes, and whatever else body part it is. One last push up fake out would be nice right here. If they were to like grab it. Oh wait, what is this? Stop doing that. If they did this right here, nice little grab right here, that'll be nice. But I know we see all these wicks. I know we see all the wicks right here. But it would be ideal for a little like that. That'll be nice. But we got to fight the 20 to even get up here. And we're already fighting the 5. So maybe the wicks are going to win. Let's see if they want to break this neckline. Who got a broken neck? Told everybody in the world they're gonna test. What is this level again? Whatever this, I told you they're gonna get a second bite at the apple right here. I told everybody in the world it was gonna happen. Right here, exactly here. That's why I have it highlighted, or excuse me, that's why I have it marked out. So there's a test. I told everybody it was gonna happen. Rewind the tape. Go back to probably 1425-ish. Told you they're gonna want to retest this right here. It's easy. It's too easy. It's actually too easy. But remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted related to its content. And then go to livespytrading.com so you can get sorted. If you want to make money, this is what you got to do. If not, keep guessing forever. Good luck. Good luck. Guess which way the stock market's going to go because you got vibes. Let's see where that gets you. How's it been going so far? All right, on your contracts, you need to figure out your life, okay? We don't got, it's late in the day. Theta is going to start kicking in. I mean, we do have good movement. So if you are taking trades, you're going to get the movement out of it, but it's late in the day. Theta is going to start kicking in. We opened at 50.78 just about. back battling between the 5 and the 20. You don't want to be caught in here. Just gonna slide this over just a little bit. Just slide it over. All right, look, let's see what we got here. We broke, you see the purple right here? We broke the purple, retested the purple, rejected off the purple, which just so happened to line up with the 20. If you think that's an accident, I got a bridge to sell you. I got a bridge to sell you. Not only am I giving away stock market plays, but I also have a bridge. I'm also selling bridges underneath my trench coat. Broke the 20, broke this purple, retested the purple, which was exactly on the 20 MA. This is not an accident. It's not an accident. And I think there was one or two members. Let me see if he's still in here. Remember what I told you yesterday about the 20? Whenever the 5 and the 20 cross. I want to say it was Cruz. I want to say me and Cruz had a talk yesterday after the session where I told everybody about the 5 and the 20. Actually, someone brought it up this morning. None of this is a surprise. Everything, you know how we know it's not a surprise? Let's share the screen. Screen share. Trading plan. This is what was drawn in the morning. This is what happened in real life. Here, let me show you. There's the drawing in the morning. This is real life. The morning, real life. The morning, real life. This is no surprise. 46.62. It even exceeded our expectation. Look. The morning, real life. I don't think I need to say much more. This is where the microphone's gonna drop. Yep. Who didn't know this was gonna happen? Who didn't know? Oh man. Now be careful on this orange right here. Boom. Thank you, Cruz. Thank you. So this morning, when I said, look, the 5 is crossing underneath the 20, I don't care who says they predicted what. We already knew what was going to happen. We said it yesterday. Me and Cruz, I know you were there for sure. Yesterday, we already knew, and I said it this morning. Look, the 5's underneath the 20. Do with that what you will. And then someone asked in the live stream, oh, I don't remember. Can you refresh me? I was like, no, you got to be in the Discord. There's rules to this, right? If you follow the rules, we'll be fine. We will be just fine. Unless me and Cruz are conspiring for some reason to like lie to everybody, or I'm telling the truth. Either one. But if you stayed till after hours yesterday, I said exactly what was going to happen today. Exactly what was going to happen. But we could be conspiring. And if I didn't tell you, we needed one last pop before the jump. You know, granted, I did have it up here. I said we need one last pop. This will be ideal. You know, just rewind the tape 15, 20 minutes. You'll hear. I said it. This would be ideal. This is too easy. I think it was me, you, and I want to say Rhino may have been in there. Maybe Brunel? Somebody else was in there when I said it. They're just being quiet. They're being shy. Well, the market needed this pullback, in my opinion. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. All right, we're coming up to key level, what is this? 4208. And maybe this green right here, so be careful. See this green and this green? All right, so the green and 4208, they're kind of matching up. So maybe a little bit of hostility right here. Maybe a little bit of volatility right here. what I say, 4208, which is right. If we just break straight through 4208, after hours probably going to be a bloodbath. Oh, okay. So Stacy, Stacy said, I heard it because you said, oops, I'm still on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It is what it is, right? So there it is. There's another another witness to I told everybody in the world yesterday what was going to happen. And then this morning I said, hey, look, it's happening. This is too easy. But you know what? I get lucky sometimes, Stacy. I get lucky. I get lucky every day. Where's 4208? Okay, right. Let's say right here. Yeah, there had to be a little bit of hesitation right here, right? There had to be, because we had this green right here, and we have key level right here. So it's, you know, obviously it's going to be a little bit of hesitation. Not obviously, but your boy don't miss. That's all I got to say. Your boy don't miss. Take your time, Stacy. Take your time. Your boy don't miss. I'm like Steph Curry. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm better. Much better than Steph Curry with the shots. I don't miss. I just don't miss. That's just what it is. No. I didn't take any more trades. All right, see you at spike at 250, 251. Hey, came back real quick to tell you, look at buying either one call or put contract at 249. Then sell the moment you see a spike at 250. It's when the exchange. Oh, okay. I got you. God bless you, Stacy. I appreciate that. I need all the blessings I can get. I need them all. Look, we're dancing right here on this green and on this key level right here. So we know there's going to be some hostility right here. No big deal. Here, I'm gonna share your wisdom with the world. Don't write anything crazy on here, Jones. You're on YouTube. You mean 350 Eastern, right? It says 251, 250, 251. Oh, you're Central. I'm assuming MOC is Central Time. Okay, yeah. I never forgot. He said, "Remember, Oklahoma." I never forgot. You remind me. You remind me every day. Oh man. Okay, Dre Day. Dre Day found some confidence. Dre Day found some confidence. All right, Dre Day, you need to figure out your life. Oh, look at Dre Day. She's about to print money. She's about to print some money. Monies. Dre Day, don't write anything crazy on YouTube. I told y'all, if it breaks 08 like that, it's about to be a bloodbath. Oh, we needed this. We needed this pullback. This is a good pullback. But look, tomorrow may be sketchy, right? Because look what we got to deal with tomorrow. Okay. And look, the market made a big move today. Big move. So the continuation may look sketchy. This is what we got to deal with tomorrow. Okay. Unless in after hours, if we get past it in after hours, fine, it'll be easy. But if we're stuck in here, and I'll leave it up for Discord. If we get stuck in here in after hours, it's gonna be rough tomorrow. It's just not gonna be easy. Today was our day to take advantage, and then after this, then it'll be easy again. Okay, did everyone hear what I just said? Look, there's a prediction for tomorrow. I'm telling y'all how it's going to work. Dre Day, are you printing money right now? What do you mean? Did you get something out of it? Did you get something? Let me know if you got something out of that. All right, Doug. Thank you for paying attention. Somebody wants to win. Done for the week. There you go. That's a good idea. That's how you stack. There you go. We already know. Good job. This is what you need. This is the mindset you need to have, Doug. This is how you build the account. This is how you build the account. You don't need to trade every damn day. We take advantage of the days that we do have. Look at the money that just got printed. Dang. Look at this. This is too easy at this point. Dre Day, I'd like to know if you were to if you made it out alive today. I think you may be trading off your phone. All right, so we know what's up for tomorrow. I'm going to say it again. If overnight and pre-market we're in this same lick box, it's going to be rough. May not be a trading day. Doug bought a put for $26 and sold it for $119. Easy money. Oh man, I love it. I love to hear it. Low risk, right? Low risk. I got 5 on it. Now I want to hear that song. How's it go? Anyone know that song? Whatever that song is. Something about money on it. I got 5. I think it's like I got $25 on it. Something like that. Look at all the wicks. Be careful now, because look, the legs are starting to close here, okay? The legs are starting to close on key level, what is this? 4080. 4080 legs starting to close, so. Today's been an absolute gift. Absolute gift. And you know something was fishy when we had that bad news, or, you know, the war news, and they bought it back up? Like, hell nah. That shit ain't right. that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Loonies, I got 5 on it. Okay, okay. Doug, see, look at you. Look at you. Look at you, Doug. You're already ruining the plan. You ruined the plan before we even got to the destination. Doug's the guy that gets drunk before the party and then ruins the party. Doug's the guy that already drank 3 beers and decides to take a drag off of a joint and throws up everywhere. That's Doug. All right, so some a little hesitation on 4080. Oh damn, look at this candle. Look at this candle. Look at this candle. You love to see it. A 1-point candle, no big deal. Doug's the type of guy that wears purple corduroys and red shoes to a funeral because he wanted to lighten the mood. Look at the bloodbath is ooh wee. I don't have much between 4080 and 3792, so okay, I don't have much. I don't have anything. so if it completely like just dumps from here to 3792, okay, I see why. Let's mark out 3792 really quick. Of course, they're not going to give me exactly 3792. But that'll be bad luck. Let me make sure I get 3792. There. Okay, it still went to 3. Come on now. Let me retry that. 3790. Okay. There we go. It's hard to do this precision work with carpal tunnel syndrome. I'm syndromic. $38.93. Where's 38? Half day? What do you mean half day tomorrow? Why would it be half day tomorrow? What are you cooking up, Doug? We don't want your meth. What are you cooking up? Doug, the best part about making your own schedule, it can be in a half day every day. Matter of fact, we need to work up to the point where we're only doing a couple hours, 1 or 2 hours trading, and then we call it. That's where we want to get to. It'll happen. It'll take some time. It'll happen though, for sure. I haven't lied to you yet. It's gonna happen. What are they bouncing? 39.22. Oh, I have 39.62 on the 5 minute. Okay, these are the levels I have on the 5 minute. Damn, look at the legs on the 5 minute. Those legs are wide open. Same thing on the 30. Little weakness coming in. Look, this is a very strong downtrend. So if you're scalping calls, you gotta be quick, and you have to like, you just gotta be really quick. This is a very strong downtrend, very, 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 very strong. Look, while we're inside here, I'm telling you, it's going to be rough inside here. This is going to be rough. You know, if you absolutely needed to take a trade, which we don't even have enough time, excuse me, if you needed to, it would have to be like this, carpal tunnel, and like that. You have to watch out for that, and then you'd have to allow for this. But we're too late in the day for that. All right, here goes the 10-minute chaos. Right on time. Okay, look, this is another good teaching moment. Does everyone see why it's important to allow the level to break and retest? It needs to break and retest. We at least need to know if they're gonna stop hunt, we'll figure it out. But we at least need to let it break the level. You see, look where the I mean, it wasn't exact. I think that was a couple cents, like what, like 3 or 4 cents off. But it's very important we allow it to break and retest. It has to do this. If not, we're at the mercy of this right here. And I'm not saying it's not going to go up from here, but I'm saying on this move here, certain things need to happen. So then, from here, let's say it's earlier in the day, we just move it along to the side, right? That's all I'm saying. There goes that 10-minute chaos. Right on schedule. But did everyone see how I said we at least need to allow, if you're looking for calls, we have to allow for all of this, right? We wanted it to break and retest whatever this is right here. This would be ideal. If it doesn't do this, then we're at the mercy of this. You understand? Like, you guys see how it works? I know what I'm talking about. Put a little bit of trust in me. Because it's going to be the same thing, like every day. It's always the same thing, right? The downtrend's too strong to be worrying about calls. We got a long way to go before calls. Like, you maybe can do, if this were to happen, maybe, but preferably, probably somewhere above 40, or what did DC say? 42 something? 42.10, probably above 42.10. All right, we got about 5.5 minutes. Now, if they just want to fade here sideways, completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. All right, we can say this one played out, right? Five minutes left. That's a nice candle right here. That's a nice candle. Two minutes left for the continuation. $40 seconds. I need this little pop if it's going to continue. Okay, that's the session. Pretty good day, I'd say so myself, and I did just say it, so I said it myself. We're gonna go ahead and look at this. Look at the amazing. All right, we're gonna go ahead and rehash some of the plays. I think break a blue was the key for today, right? Break of the blue, and then it was just off to the races from there. We also knew that was going to happen because we have something called the trading plan. The trading plan, we had our mini inverse cup and handle, which we wanted to see this pattern play out. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. So everything went the way it should have, as planned, as expected. Does anyone have any questions for me? Say it now or forever hold it. Okay, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespiretrading.com so I can get you sorted out. It's been a pleasure. You have a good day. Goodbye.